Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, May the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Pepe, in our YouTube room. Somebody in our main room, Ozzy, good day to you, good day to you too. All right, guys. Thank you, William. All right, guys. So what is happening this morning? Well, obviously, not obviously, but the SPY, big move so far in the SPY. The only little danger sign might be that it's giving up the VWAP, coming up or getting down below the VWAP right now. So I'll have to see, pay attention to that purple line there, see if it holds, moves above it. Right now, the market is definitely a nice gap up so far. So what is now AMD? My goodness, AMD! What a move for AMD after hours, had earnings, and that is a massive move. 1.6 billion in the float to be at 15%. That is a big move, but it's starting to fade. It is starting to fade. AMDL. I know that is the long version, the two-time long version. Is it? How about AM? I'm going to guess AMDS. That'd be the. Maybe there's not a short version. Yeah, maybe there's not a short version. But if you thought AMDL was going to kind of rebound, I mean, it's trading pretty severely actually. That's yeah. I mean, it was up. This is the two timer. Okay, it was up to $50, down to 46 now. So, but if you thought it's going to rebound at some point, you could buy this a lot cheaper than of course buying AMD. And you'll get two times the move. But again, if AMD the stock moves down 1%, this is going to move down 2%. EBC. This is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. So EBC, another one though, look at this. I mean, 786 down to 690. So there's a dollar drop there underneath the VWAP. Is that what it is? DAM. Oh, yeah, I've seen that one. It's damn D. You're right. I have seen that one. Thank you, Prez. How much volume? Yeah, lots of volume. Lots and lots of volume. Well, okay, here you go. Dude, you went long. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, you're right. It's down 30%. It's rebounding, but yes. I see that you did. Was this an accident, William, that you held NVO through earnings? I'm glad it worked out for you. Or was that an accident? You said you didn't get to cover your. Wasn't an accident. So you were prepared to hold through earnings. Okay. Well, you were well rewarded. You almost got to your 50. This is just showing up, guys. So this is even Hut, a little company like Hut has got an ETF. That means Hut's up 30%. Oh, brother. You see these things. I mean, I remember when this was like not pennies, but let's take a look at where this was. Hut, $11. $11 about a year ago, year and a half ago. $105 now. That is one big wow. So here's how a lot of volume, well, not a lot of volume, but so if you thought Hut was going to continue, you could buy this one. You get double the move. Basing right now, not shortable for me. So I don't know if there's a short version for Hut. This stock, this ETF is not shortable for me. If I thought Hut was going to give it up. Is it an earnings play? All right, so HUD is an earnings play. Okay, so HUT, the stock, is an earnings play of 30%, 102 million in the float. That is a big move. Felt like Bitcoin is going crazy today. AHMA, okay, over the VWAP. It looks like this is actually an earnings play. We have here April 30th. Well, I'm sorry, this is April 30th. Okay, so I'm looking at my headlines, and that is so they had earnings on the 30th. That's the last news I can see for HMA. ERNA, ERNA. I think that price target. No, that was APT. Okay, ERNA is not an earnings play. ERNA is not an earnings play. Unveils breakthrough preclinical results with phase it is. But anyway, that's the news on ERNA. Low float, a little over 1 million in the float for ERNA, ERNA. Now, AVTX had some news. Also, Wedbush is raising their target from 29 to 40. Also had some news on their drug. BTIG is raising it from 40 to 58. Also looks like they're raising money at 1775. They're going to raise a lot of money, 19 million shares at 1775. $375 million. Okay, so that was after hours yesterday. Okay, so that news hit yesterday after hours. I know there was some news on it too, though. They had a press release, obviously, they had some good results from their drug. So that is AVTX. Underneath the VWAP right now. Trim is getting knocked down because of earnings. This is It's not a lifetime low, but Prim is getting knocked down because of earnings. It's an expensive stock, $135, sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Okay, 200-day moving average is 135.24, so this is sitting right around the 200-day moving average. That is PRIM. Not a lot of volume yet. This little one, Atom, is also an earnings play, and it is being knocked down. Wow, 30% down because of earnings. No clue this was going to happen. Look at the daily action on Atom. You know, we get up. People thinking, okay, maybe they're going to have some good earnings. And look at this. Now, 30% ATOM. So I'm seeing a lot of these stocks that had big pops in the free market. I mean, the stock that like EasyGo, EZGO, is still up 35%, but they're feeding pretty dramatically. I mean, 378 down to 258. We paid underneath the 200-day underneath the VWAP. You know, I'm looking at the PTIR. I was wondering, but it's still weak. I was wondering, especially with the market top today, PTR, Palantir, PLTR had earnings yesterday. It was a beat raise. It didn't matter. The stock got knocked down. And I said I would watch this today, this PTIR today, in case Palantir decided to recover. I would take advantage of this. the two-time long, but it's through the VWAP, so it may not happen. PMAX, PALMAX is not an earnings play. Well, it might be an earnings play. We don't have it as we don't have any earnings date whatsoever, but it looks like it is an earnings play. For whatever reason, I mean, the loss deepened, this and that, but the market, but it's up. Okay, 30%. It's up 30%. Low float, 1 million in the float. China stock. Mask is a bit of a continuation today, guys. Mask had a well, not a bad day yesterday. I mean, it got up to 255, but it did close down here. It did close down here at 209. So yes, it's up 21%. It's still trying to get at the high of yesterday. That is MASK. Very low float, 820,000 in the float. Didn't realize that. I saw it yesterday, but didn't do anything with it. GLW on a partnership. What does that even mean? A partnership? So from a partnership with like what are these guys? I know they. I mean, I know Corning. A partnership with NVDA. Okay. Yeah, big volume. I don't have that in my headline. Wait a minute. Maybe I will. Corning for fiber optic cables. Okay, I guess that's the sort of the tie-in with NVIDIA. Anyway, yeah, all-time high. Yes, this is an all-time high. GLW, all-time high. All right. Well, that is a if that happened, that'd be pretty solid partnership, wouldn't it? 15 million shares with NVIDIA and Black Corning. This is the segment they're in. They're in the other pressed and blown glass and glass manufacturing sector. I don't know how many other companies there are in that. Take a look at the sectors right now, guys. All right. Well, here we go. Look at silver. Silver is having a big boom up. Look at that, 5.4% up from yesterday's close. Semis, of course, on fire. Gold, etc. We know what's going to be the weak one. So there's oil or energy. XLE down 3.5%. OIH services 2.8%. And the only other one down is consumer staples. Every other sector is up, especially silver. The silver and the semis. Of course, semis, A and B just ripping higher today. So if you're in the mood for a silver stock today, as long as that holds, it's looking pretty good. And there's, speaking of which, EXK. But a lot of them are fading. So I don't. Let me take a look at silver. It was probably was higher. Speaking of fading, EVC is fading. And OSS is leading this race. From prime learning, this race in the free market extends into the market. But the free market, so these are the race. This is the race in the free market. Not a special race; it's just a normal race. But I enacted it in the free market about a month ago. So this is an earnings play. So OSS is an earnings play, and take a look on the monthly chart. So the monthly chart, the next high is around 1236 on the monthly chart. So there's not a ton of room. Another beaten up stock on earnings, guys. KVYO. And no inkling. Look at this. I mean, getting up, 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 up. And then earnings come crash. Look at that. 22%. 113 million in the float. That's a pretty big float. Big move down on earnings. That is KVYO. Now, trying to hold 18. So this might be an interesting one to try to play on a bounce. I mean, it's trying to hold 18. You can see all at the 5-minute candles or bars, right, right to 18th, and that get through. The VWAP is at 1852, so might be a little bit of a bounce between here and 1852. Talking about the KVYO. In fact, I'm going to thumbnail that chart. And if it does take 18 out, though, I certainly want to know about it because it could turn into a short. Lots of shorts available, almost 3 million interactive brokers. So the next low on a monthly chart is around 1669. So there's a little bit of room on the monthly chart. So PMAX on the daily chart, the next high is around 321. 317 is the next high. I'm not taking that out. 344 is the next high. So that is PMAX. Bloomin, BLMN. Yes, this is an earnings play also. Boy, that's a nice move. Now that is not a pullback. So Bloomin, BLMN is not pulling back yet at all. Hanging nicely above the VWAP. This is an earnings play. Above the 200-day moving average. But the next high looking left on the weekly chart is pretty close, 756. That's pretty close. Okay, so KVYO, are you going to give up 18? Wow, it's pretty, well, I mean, the spread is not great. It's 1788, 1788, 18. I'm inclined to take this short right now, but I don't like the spread. But there you go. Look at that. Big move down now. Just didn't like the spread. Okay, well, on the daily chart, this could go down to 1703. So there's some room. There's some room. It was a beat raise. Interesting that it's down so much. I'll put a price alert at 18 again, just to see if it gets back up to 18. It's low though on the daily chart, so it's got some room to run still, down to run 17 if it wants to. This is what prevented me. Look at that. Look at the spread now. 1766, 1804. I'm very glad now I didn't get it. That spread is awful. right now. Yeah, it's not because of the float. I mean, it's plenty of stocks in the float, plenty of shares in the float, 113 million. Okay, thank you, William. So William's saying that New York Stock Exchange listed stock market makers always play games. Well, I'm not buying a Palantir at all. I am if I do anything with it, Sanchez, it's with PTIR. I mean, this was an idea I had yesterday, of course, thinking that got beaten up. It was a beat raise. It was a beat raise, but the market didn't care. And I thought when I woke up this morning, I saw this. I thought, okay, well, the market's still pretty good. Maybe Palantir will have a bit of a recovery. But right now, it is just hanging at like this is how I would play it. For me, if I'm going to buy Palantir, I'm going to be buying this PTIR. But I was hoping to wake up this morning and it would be mildly positive. Look at KBO. I mean, I'm not going to beat myself up. KBYO because of the spread, but that was my idea underneath 18. Spread have been a little bit better. I'd be in this now. Okay, so this is actually the news. I mean, okay, AVTX is doing the financing, not being hit at all, not hit hard at all with that financing. This is the positive top line results in phase 2 Lotus trial of their drug. That was released after hours yesterday. Stock up, and they announced the financing. So the stock is not getting hit hard at all with that financing. Not yet, anyway. Well, it's not. It's at 43%. But it is starting to fade. It is starting to fade. It's underneath the VWAP. Hey guys, if I were you, I'd put a price alert. I mean, this is a crazy one, but put a price alert for SKK, maybe 761. Just to see if it takes out yesterday's high. If it does that, then a lot of traders are going to be looking at the day before where it got up to 18. The price alert right there. IFRX, I did see this one. I think you mentioned this one also. IFRX, up 27%. They're doing an offering at $2 a share, 75. They're raising at $150 million, 75 million at $2 a share. Market is not pushing them right now. Not at all, in fact. a low float, 68 million, not high, but not low. German company. Yeah, the only issue I've got with this PMAX is that there's little areas it could stall, not that far away. I mean, the next high is where to get to actually, got up to 314, and that high right there is 317. Then there's a high right there, 344. So I mean, it gets through that 317, 344 is the next one, which wouldn't be bad. I'm going to have to look for a potential bounce zone now for PPI. Boy, this is really getting hit again. Palantir. So the next low for this two-time ETF is 1258. Palantir, the stock, still has a ways to fall to that next low. 129, 129.16 was sort of is the equivalent, when I looked at the PPIR, it's sort of the equivalent move. Well, let's see if it bounces for you now. Stupid spread. AVYO, awesome. I'm sorry, William. I mean, it's awesome on the short side, but I think you said you're going to add some at 17 because that's sort of the area. If it's going to balance, it could bounce there. That was the next low looking left on the daily chart for KVYO. All right. Well, maybe this move down. AMD is still up a lot. Okay, this is the two timer. So AMD the stock is up 13%. This is up 30%. Maybe it's found a bit of a bottom. EVC is shortable for me. EVC is shortable for me. How did I get shortable? 1.5 million shares at Interactive Brokers. This is really fading now. I have 785 down to 661 now, basically in complete fade mode. It is an earnings play below the VWAP. Still, I mean, it's up 65%. I get it, but boy, it is really fading. All right, guys, it is now 9:29. Okay, minute to the open, 9:30 open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I think if we do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. All right. Well, let's get this right. We'll get this race revved up. We'll start until 9:30. Okay, guys, the market is in mini fade mode here. Okay, I mean it's took out the VWAP, and market is in mini fade mode. All right, so this fuel cell, boy, this has been on a run, hasn't it? Ever since earnings, sorry, not since earnings, June 4th is earnings. So, I'm sorry, why is this? Okay, this must have popped up a bit, but now it's fading. Okay, must have popped up a bit. Well, William, I hope your KVYO holds that 17 level. It was always an ugly spread. That's what I did not like. Yeah, look at that. I mean, ugly is right. 1702, 1750. But I think it's going to come back for you. No, are we looking at 18 to hold it or 17? I can't remember anymore. Anyway, looks like it's going to bounce a bit. Okay, guys. Now let's take a look at OSS. OSS was is an earnings play. Um, very. I mean, look at the size of and look at the size of that bar. 1068 here to 1224. Moving earnings play. Not quite our lifetime high, but close. This looks like this could be the lifetime high up here. Could be 1286 or so for OSS. All right, so PMAX held the VWAP, moved into the VWAP. Looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. Okay, back over three. High in the pre. I just have my. I wish this 319 weren't here, and even the 344. I wish the next high was up around four. Boy, Palantir is just getting rocked still. Palantir now is down almost 4%. Ah, okay, guys. I know something happened there. I didn't do it, honest, but we got disconnected. I think we're back. I think the screen sharing's back. Okay, I hope you guys can hear me now. We got disconnected. Not this was not my fault this time. Okay, good. And you can see the screen, right? Yeah, no, this disappeared. It said the media server was disconnected. So okay, all right. PN got halted, or yeah, PN got halted on the way down. Erna got halted on the way down also. Wow, look at so. Let me take a look at AMDL. Big move. So after that big fade, I mean, so AMD, the company, the stock, um, at earnings after hours, huge move, 20% move. This is the two time. Okay, so that's why it says 40. but it was fading, 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 fading. Market opens, boom. I'm sorry to say, William, but this KVYO reminds me of Palantir. I mean, a beat, beat raise, and yes, and the stuffing's knocked out of it. Palantir from yesterday, and the spread is tightened a little bit here. Well, this is now basically almost a lifetime low now, almost a lifetime low for this company, KVYO. That I think would be the lifetime low that month right there, 1553. I don't know if you're still in it, but I mean, maybe that'll hold it. The other one, man, yesterday, that's ENBC. This is getting hammered again. Well, not hammered. It's only down 1%. Earnings by yesterday just got killed yesterday on earnings. This is the one I missed. So I mentioned SKK, but it hasn't triggered. SKK, so it's at the VWAP right now. When I say triggered, it hasn't. It's still below yesterday's high, but it's trying. I mean, it's a wild one. Look at the relative line, 4,000 times normal for this time of day. Okay, guys, another earnings play, MDLN. Let's take a look at this one. MDLN looks like one of the, I don't know, maybe the second earnings it's had. It's been looks like it IPO'd about 6 months ago, so this could be the second earnings result release it's had. MDLN getting knocked down 10% now. Um, the next low on a monthly low, let's look at a weekly chart. A weekly chart low, what are we at? For $41. Trying to bounce a bit here, but I'd be watching maybe on a 40. I'm going to put a price limit on 40.47. I want to see if it gets close down to 40 again. You know what stock was? I can remember. It was ZM, not ZM, ZH. It was a shipper, Z something or other. Z. It was going crazy after hours yesterday. Yes, it was Z. Well, I hit the post. ZIM. See what it's doing now. You had this big move. Had this big move. I saw. This was after hours yesterday, but it's not holding at all now. All right, Pinterest, guys, was an earnings play yesterday. I had well, it was up on earnings, but look what happened. It faded all day. Well, maybe not all day, but got up to 24.66, closed down here at 22, now below yesterday's low, and now negative. The next low looking left is around 20. So there's room for this one to keep moving down. Broke down through that whole number, 21. Well, let me rephrase that. It's at the whole number of 21. The market is doing. So the market right now, what is fine, is right at the VWAP. Yes, we have a Danor. You click on new from the toolbar. Okay, new from the toolbar, and then go to dock channel bar. And if you click on the show more, after hours, it's somewhere. Here we are after hours. Okay, so there's the channel for after hours. And now, of course, because we're not, this will you'll start to see things in here at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, so the quick answer to you is yes. But here's how you find it. So I see PN is doing this thing again, guys. This was a one a couple of days ago, got up to 12, almost $12. Not a couple of days ago, yesterday. All right, let's take a look at this GDC. Okay, I know this is from our AI. It's China. Well, it's not China stocks. Excuse me, it's not 20 million in a float, so it's not low, but it's certainly not high. Next high looking left is 10 on the monthly chart. Weekly chart can't see that, so that month was back in September of last year. A lot of activity in our AI right off the bat here, guys. This one was a big one, well, pretty big one yesterday, last few days, but it is starting to fade here, guys. This is the BRZE. 2261. This is shortable for me. The Interactive Brokers, 1.75 million there. I see that Palantir is having the bounce now. I did not take it. PIR, a big bounce off that low of 1266, 1324 now. Palantir, the stock, is now starting to recover a bit. It's only down 1.16. Okay, are you bounce worthy? This is an earnings play. Okay, ADPT is an earnings play. On the weekly chart, next low is around 1275 underneath the 200-day moving average. AI is on steroids today. A lot of alerts already. Yes, I'm just Mac. I'm seeing that now. This for the FIVN. Insiders breach of fiduciary duties to shareholders. So FIVN is getting hit here. April 30th, they had earnings. I mean, the reaction was great. Look at that. The reaction was great. Nice 2-day continuation after earnings. Now today, now there's a 200-day moving average at 2079. So that is not quite, that's about $1.50 away or so. Okay, so this RSI, so it's down. RSI had earnings a few days ago, and it's holding its own. And for whatever reason, I don't know if they thought they're doing a financing at $26. So they're doing a financing. They're trying to raise $260 million, 10 million at 26. So they're doing a financing. Over the financing price right now, it's RSI. Well, Adam is really trying, guys, to come back a bit. I mean, holding over 8 is still down for the day. It's an earnings play. Of course, yesterday's high is way up there at 1154. So it is, but it's trying. As you're talking about the OSS. Yeah, so this was the crazy one today. But you know what? I mean, it's not even that low float though. 19 million in the float. Not crazy low, and yet it's doing this. It's an earnings play. You know what? And this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I have to really take a look at this one. It's an all-time high. Yeah, this is an all-time high. Yeah, I mean it's hard to gauge this because, of course, it's an all-time high now. So there's no resistance in theory, other than eventually people taking profit. But that's the OSS earnings play. Another earnings play, guys. Elan, ELAN, big float, half a billion in the float. Don't like it. I'm just looking left. Looks like there could be a lot of blockage on the way up on that weekly chart, so I'm not that interested in it. All these earnings plays. EXEL is an earnings play, so will the, well, it's underneath the VWAP though. You've got, we definitely have different styles of trading, don't we, William? Elan now, Elan again is, I just didn't like it because of the, I don't know, looks like there's some resistance on the weekly chart that could prevent it from moving higher. Okay, Zeta, Z-E-T-A, not an earnings play. Okay, I don't know why it's down, but it is down. Had earnings a few days ago. Decent reaction, but been fading ever since. That's the ZETA. Ooh, this could be interesting. Look at Sentinel here, guys. Yes, I mean, look what it did. It got into the 200-day moving average. Closed a little bit above it yesterday. It is below the 200-day moving average now, and the next low looking left is 1482. Too close. Too close. Underneath the VWAP, just underneath that 200-day moving average, but the next low for me anyway is just too close. I wanted to short it. All right, guys, WGS. This is not an earnings play. I'm just looking at some of these that are moving down. Not an earnings play. I don't know, FinFan. Forever, why don't you tell us how the markets will flow? Mattel, guys, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. And anyway, this one is up. Mattel Verbo, and that's partnership over Theme. Okay, so Mattel is a little bit of it's right at the VWAP, okay, and Mattel right at the VWAP, MAT. Next up, left, too close. There's a lot of, to me anyway, there's a lot of resistance on the weekly chart for Mattel, MAT. This is an earnings play. BKSY is an earnings play. Well, pretty choppy looking. Looks like the all-time high. No, if I'm wrong. Next high looking left on the monthly chart, though, is around $43. on that weekly chart the same. So a couple weeks ago, so it's got on the daily chart, I keep looking left, $40 on the daily chart. So it has about a dollar for that high. Seeing a lot of things popping and then just coming right back down. So, okay, how about you remember this one, this QMCO? This was an earnings play. Few days, it was not an earnings play 2 days ago. Some other, maybe it's another company, and it just faded all day. Or maybe it wasn't this one. All right, so this has some room, okay? QMCO has some room on the weekly chart. $11 is the next high. Let's see if it's sitting just above the VWAP. Let's see if it can hold the VWAP, get above 10, and maybe have a bit of a run. It's a low float, 14 million in the float. Well, William, your KVYO is looking like it wants to base here a bit, and maybe there's the VWAP. Sitting right on the VWAP, okay? This KVYO. We'll take it out and continue a bit of a mini bounce. Well, here's the silver play, guys. PWAS, and let's take a look at SLV. I'm sure it's still up. How much now? Yeah, so it is. It had a bit of a fade. It is up. So the silver ETF is up 6%. So silver plays, obviously, the SSRM, um, certainly the PWAS, a couple of silver plays right there. The purple line on my chart, technically, okay? Purple line on my chart is the VWAP. You can see it. You can add it if you want. Ugh, how ugly is this? All right, that's an ugly looking chart. Angie looks, yeah, Angie's an earnings play also, guys. Will 5 hold it? I mean, it's an all-time low. Right now, this is an all-time low. If you, depends, okay, if you right-click on your chart and you have use browser interface checked, okay, you're going to see when you go to indicators, and this is the menu you're going to see. You see where it says VWAP. Just click on it, and then you decide what color you want. Okay. If you don't have the browser interface checked, like in this one, so this one, if I right click, notice I don't have use browser interface. It's the same sort of thing. It's just a slightly different looking menu. Click on the indicators. This is what that menu looks like. It's the same idea, it's just a slightly different looking menu. Here's the VWAP and same thing. Okay. So it depends on what charts you're using. Are they the browser interface charts or the legacy charts? Don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. Everything you do, like anything you do, if you don't save your work, well, it won't be saved. Anything you've done will not be saved. Okay, guys, give me a moment here, guys. GGC is halted because of volatility. Okay, FG, the volatility, ugh, ugly. Oh my goodness, how ugly is that? Oh my goodness, that is an ugly, ugly open. I mean, this is halted, and there are volatility halts. Okay, and that's so the stock went down quickly, so they get halted because of volatility. But this is an insane potential open. Hopefully, nobody is in this one, guys, because this is a. I mean, look at the potential open. It's halted at 691. Potential open 70 cents. Hard for me to believe that's going to happen, but all right, guys. I'm very interested in this midline as a short. Watching to see how well it holds underneath 40. Okay, it's just popping its head over 40 right now. I'm going to put a price alert on the 30, 39.86, 39.84. I want to see if it moves back down underneath 40. All right, so this okay, it moved down below 40 and then it popped right above 40 again. I'm definitely interested in this MDLN to short. Guys, I may have to take off for a little bit here. So before I do, I just want to quickly go over my home page, okay? And what you'll see on my home page, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or listen carefully, the first month only, or the entire year of a subscription. Doesn't matter whether you choose our standard or our premium service, 25% discount applies to both plans. All I ask is that if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, please use my code, whatever the code is. It'll change from time to time. Why? Moderate two trading rooms, a YouTube room, and then this room right here, the trading room. And it's important to, if you're going to take out a subscription, use my code. Company tracks the use of the promo code, so they don't mind keeping these rooms free if they see enough people using my code. It's really that simple. If you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering about this room, the trading room, way more active than YouTube. A lot more interaction among traders. This room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, Obi does that. Thank you, Obi. I don't live in Vancouver, Canada. Too early for me. So if you're looking for a room, you can interact with other traders in the pre-market. You can come into this room. It's free. And I usually get on the mic, both rooms, sometime between 9 and 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time. And I go to at least 2 o'clock, okay? I'll always stay later if there are questions. After I leave, it's up to Obi if he wants to keep this room open after I leave. I'll ask him, getting close to the 2 o'clock period, if he wants to keep it open afterwards. If you scrolling down, you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens. It's an email that you'll get before the market opens on Monday morning, and it is free. Education. If you do take out a subscription or you're thinking about it, please click on the more info and getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. That's mandatory you do this if you're just taking out a subscription. If you are thinking about the product, wondering is it the right fit for you, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Monthly subscriptions are just that. You can unsubscribe at any time. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them, if you are new to trading. All back to basics. And last, if you're looking for some of my scans, you click on my homepage link. Here they are, okay? Custom scans. And now this is part of the standard service. Somebody asked a couple of days ago, I got an email like these scans that I have got here, the information I'm sharing, all part of the standard service. So this is a large cap race right here. This race, the other race, the biggest gainers, this is a more volatile race. Upside versus downside movements is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. Ah, good. GDC did not open at. I didn't think it would, but it's still going to be a bad open. It's halted now again, but 325. Anyway, that's the Pulse resumes. And I have 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing. I only have one of them open, the other monitor, the up down 25 cents. But I do have a momentum scan, a gap scan, and then combo scan. So both of these rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long if you want. I'll do my best to answer them. I cannot answer an accounting question, but I can direct you to people who can, okay? I do not have access to your account information. That's why I can't do it. Well, I'm glad I backed off the MDLN again. We'll just forget about that one. Well, there were definitely some games being played on this one, this GDC, okay, because the last time I looked, the potential open was in the 350 mark. Now it's back up at least to 591, 6. But that, and then, but remember, before it said 70 cents. It was one of those China stocks, but it is not. And we saw this one in the pre-market, and this was a beautiful looking Beautiful looking trend in the pre-market, and it is continuing. This is BLMN. It's an earnings play. It's based a little bit here, but it's continuing up. And the next high in the monthly chart is getting a little bit close. 8 is the next high, a little over 8, and that's the same on the daily. All that 814. So will that stall it above the 200-day moving average? Keep looking at these things, thinking they're going to get stalled, and I'm looking for potential shorts, but they're strong. This is obviously a gold play. We've got some gold and silver plays. A little bit of room, guys, for this one. CGAU. A little bit of room. 1875 is the next high look at that. Had earnings a few days ago. But it's a gold play. Gold, silver, etc. are moving higher, or two of the top sectors. I don't know if they're moving higher right now, but Riot is yeah. This is moving down now, guys. Riot underneath the VWAP. All right, so this was a good reentry for the oust from our AI. The problem well, it look what it did. It got right into the 200-day moving average. My daily chart for OUSD, it got right into the 200-day moving average, and that actually acted as great support. Bounced off it. The 200-day moving average is, it's still far enough. This is still 25.26 or so is the 25.31, the exact number. Just one moment, please, guys. So I'm going to be about, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes. I will be back. I'll put my announcement up. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry, it took a little longer than I thought, but I am back. Did it really on the porch? I don't know when I set that up. Sometimes I set these price alerts, and they're mainly for intraday. Well, they're all well, virtually all of them are for intraday. I don't know when I set that porch up. Okay, really, it's about I guess see what it does at the 200-day moving average. I guess that's why I set it up. I'm not that interested in it right now, but I mean, I guess that's why I set it up to see if it could get back up to that 200-day moving average. Hmm. Not a good day for the AI guys. I'm looking at most of the a lot of stops have hit, but that's not the issue. The issue for me is more the reentries, or what's happening on the reentries, and nothing's really happening on the reentries either. So, not a great day for our AI today. Meanwhile, the market, when I left, the market was sort of hanging around the VWAP, and now broke through the VWAP, and now it continues higher. The high over here, yeah, it looks like it at that high, the pre-market. PMAX is still hanging around three, guys. That's the best we can say about it right now. I still have my doubts. There's a 317, and I got up to three. Well, did get up to 334. So I mean, but 317 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So that is probably a bit of blockage right now for it. Now I got to admit, this DCH is looking interesting to me. It's a short opportunity. It's sitting on the VWAP right now. It's on an earnings play. Earnings. Yeah, you're talking. If you're talking with the GDC, you should have got out of that trade at 732. That was the stop. And that was before the halt. So I mean that was the stop that our AI had for the entry at 755, the exit at 732. So you must not have got out at the stop. All right, guys, I'm now okay. I might be looking at a long for this MD. A little bit of a break here. It's not an earnings play. Okay, it's not an earnings play. Not a ton of volume. Four times relative volume, so that's good. Spread is It's not disgusting. It's 80.92, so it's not great, but it's not horrible. Um, they have earnings. Well, they had earnings yesterday. Okay, they had earnings yesterday. Actually, okay, now I see what happened. So I got kind of beaten up on earnings, but is now right back up to the day before, Friday. Sorry, Monday. Monday's high. Ooh, that OSS. Wow, up to 15 now, 1544. So that definitely was the wild one of the day so far. Still shortable for me. It's still shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but at some point, this is an all-time high OSS. It's an earnings play. It'd be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow. See if it has big continuation on earnings. A low float, 19 million in the float. Let's take a look at the sectors, guys. Okay, I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. Click on Dog Channel Bar, then go just click on the Show More. Go down to the sector status channel and see what's happening with some of the individual sectors. You the strong stock, weak stocks, and individual sectors. So silver is still the top sector right now, SLV. In the pre-market, it was at 6.5, so it's still hanging in there. 6.6% above yesterday's close. Semis are still, of course, going crazy because of AMD and others, just in general. Worst one right now still has got to be oil. Oops, or energy. Yeah, energy sector, and this is XLE and OIH. So these are in this top list window. These are the sectors that we're following. Okay, here we can take a look. Wow, look at oil, energy. Not one sector, not one stock is positive today. DVN, the worst one, down 7%. CTRA down 6.9%. DVN is actually an earnings play too. So that's what you can do. You can dive into the individual sectors that we've got here. We don't have every one of them, but we have 11 of the top sectors right here. You can take a look at the top stock and the worst stock in each sector. So here's CLX, Clorox, right? Yeah, so CLX is not an earnings play, but CLX is the top stock in consumer staples, up 3.5%. And if you scroll down, this is the worst one, BG, Bungie. G. Yeah, it is Bungie. Not an earnings play for whatever reason. It is down. That's what you can do. You can take a look at each individual sector, check out what the top stock is percentage wise, and the worst stock is. So look at all the healthcare. Wow, look at DVA. Is this an earnings play? DVA is an earnings play. Huge move. Huge move for DVA. I remember this company, kidney dialysis centers. Um, yeah, so DVA, huge move up, guys. I wonder if this is an all-time high. We're not connected. Okay. And what's the worst one? See, 81%. So what these numbers mean, 81% of the stocks that make up XLV are above yesterday's close. Some are down. Let's see what the worst one is. Here, wow, McKesson. Earnings play. Look at this one, down 6%. Odd, down 5.9%. Okay, so you can That's how you can use this. If some of you might look at this and go, you know what? That's how I'm going to use trade ideas. I'm going to go and some of the sectors find the top stock, the worst stock, and find a way to trade them. Look at utilities. Everyone is down except for these two. How much? So ETR is down 4.2%. Now, utilities tend, when the market's ripping, usually these stocks are left behind just because they're kind of the stay dividend plays. And when the markets when the markets are a little bit, I don't know, more dicey, people come into these stocks. But right now, nobody wants them. Well, for a while. So again, that is the sector status channel. I don't know. I don't know about going short yet for this OSS. This is still super strong. At some point, you got to think it's going to be a tremendous short, but it's still strong. I mean, it's an earnings play. It's an all-time high. I mean, it may just continue. May not have the big drop we think. Annette is ugly. Not anybody named Annette in the room. We're not talking about you. ANET. Yeah, earnings play. Yeah, down 14%. Next low looking left on the wow. Well, first look at the weekly chart. The next low on the weekly chart, it's almost there. It's at 144. It takes that out. 123. That is ugly. Wonder if I'm sure there must be any ETFs for this one, like especially a short one or a long one, in case we want to play a bounce. See if I can bring it up. Nope. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go over this race instead of I'm going to go over this race. Normally, we don't get too many stocks in this top list window. I'm going to go over this race. So the large cap gainers, with the market doing what it's doing, a lot of large cap gainers today. Okay, so first of all, the race running for. You know what? I better do this one. I don't know why I'm getting negative numbers. All right, I'm going to look at. I'll look at this race. Okay, this is the biggest finish from the start of the race, a volatile race. So the whole concept of racing is this. Before I talk about it, I want to go to our user guide to show you where the reference is to all this information that I'm going to talk about. So if you click on my homepage link, and you click down a little bit. I'm going to expand this a little bit here, okay? Go down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is a user guide. Click on the user guide, and here it is, TI stock racing. So here's all the information I'm going to go over right now. Here's your reference, your guide to it, okay? So I am running 4-minute races. All this is customizable, okay? Whatever time frame you want, you can run that. You can run your race on it. I'm running 4-minute races. What does that 4.4% mean? That means that since the race started a minute and 15 seconds ago, this stock, MSS, has moved 4.5%. And if I click on it, you should see a positive candle bar. Okay, yeah. So even though this pulled back the bar before, it's popping now. And that I'm glad I'm showing this one because some of them are going to show you stocks that are maybe coming into an area that you like, maybe the VWAP, and you can check to see whether or not maybe the VWAP is going to hold, act as support, bounce off it. Maybe you've got a moving average. If you have any experience trading, maybe a moving average on your chart that you like. Maybe it's come into that and bounced. You don't know until you click on the symbol. You don't know what you're going to see. But that's why MSS, you had that little, but you can see how it's pulled back a bit. So now it's not up 4% in that race because it's pulled back a little bit. So at the end of the race, of course, there will be a winner. And that's why these stocks are here. So the number beside the stock, that tells you how many races the stock has won. So OSS has won 6 races today. It continues to move higher. There will be days where you'll see some stock that has won, 15, 20, 30 races. Some stock that is just active all day long and winning races. So OSS has won 6 races. And at the end of this race, another minute or so, there will be a winner. MSS has not won a race before, so it's not in this list. But you can see jockeying for position, who's going to win. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol. You see some stock leading a race. Click on it, see what's happening. There's the HOVR. It's up 2% since the start of the race. Now, 258 is the next high looking left. So, that does not, that's why I would not take this. It's also very extended right now. WKHS now is leading the race. Some of these are looking pretty extended. You don't know what you're going to see, though, until you click on the symbol. So again, you don't have to wait for the race to be over for you to click on it. And you don't have to necessarily just click on the top one. Anything you see here, click on it. You just don't know what you're going to see. Here's ZJK. So, this could have been one of those ones coming into the VWAP, pulling back into the VWAP. If you're a VWAP type player, you might have looked at that and got, okay, I'm going to take the trade a little bit above the VWAP, put my stop below, and see if it works. And that's how you can do it. Look at the OSS. It's continuing. New high after new high. So you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on it. Any stock you see, click on it just to see what's happening. And any stock that's won a race before, click on it. Let's see what's happening. We're waiting on this BMAX to see if it would take out 3 in a big way. It never really did. I had my doubts. We had 317 on the daily chart looking left. I thought that could stall it. Later on in the day, though, you never know. It's such a low float. Later on in the day, maybe it gets through 3 and it really starts to rip with that sort of a float. A lot of volume. So what I'll do, is I'll put a price alert, around the 312 mark, just to see if if it gets there later on. Do 3 small losses equal a win? Sure. I think I know what you mean. I know you're. Obeying your stop and taking small losses, manageable losses. It's a win in that you've You've obeyed your rules in that case. So why are these stocks? So I'm going to click on a couple others just to see what's happening. Anything that's want to race before, click on it just to see what's happening. So here's the gem, JEM. Okay, you can see what it's doing. It's coming into the view, but it's been kind of chopping around. The next high looking left is 167, right up to 160. I mean, it just may not have enough room to keep moving before it hits that. For me, it's not a great looking setup. If I look left on that daily chart and the next high had been, around 182, okay, gives me, then you have some room before it hits that next high if it wants to go that far. Now, just because there's a high up here at 167 doesn't mean that's absolutely going to stop it, of course. But I know I say it every day, but that's the way I trade. If I see something, if I look at a daily chart and I see a high pretty close to the current price, I'm not going to take the trade. So why are these stocks showing up? And you can see there are definitely different stocks in each one of these these two races. So if I right click in this race and I open the top list, the options, open the top list. So all races start from a top list window. Watch what happens when I right click in this race, launch the in the top list, excuse me, launch the real time stock race as an option. Okay, so all races start from a top list window. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? I right click, configure, summary. This is what I'm looking for in this top list window. Stocks between $150, 200,000 shares minimum traded, and up 2% at least from yesterday's close. That's what I want to see. So you can, hopefully you're starting to clue into this. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and launch the race based on that. This happens to be what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. So the use of a top list window, and you can still use a top list window like this, show me the stocks that are up the most today, with your filters, so my filters being my price range, my minimum volume, things like that. So as long as you have the column header, which obviously I do in this case, the change from yesterday's close, that's what that C% means. If I double left click on it, OSS is up 57% from yesterday's close. I have also the change from the open. If I double left click on that, OSS is up 35% from its first trade of the day. Okay, so as long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So the classic use of top list windows, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So in this case, I've sorted on the change from the close. So these stocks that are up the most today, more than likely you're going to see them in this race all day long. Why? Because these are the super active stocks of the day, and traders around the world are following them. But this is what the race can do for you. The race doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. It could be an OSS. It could be some other stock down here. The Elan has been very active. It's up 8%, but what if all of a sudden it was up 10%, 12%, 15%, moving up this list? How would you know that? Well, you don't have to guess. All you have to do is have a race, and you're going to see the stocks that are moving the most in your list of stocks. Now, this one is up, but it's only 2 cents, but it's a cheap stock. So, yeah, it's up 2%, but you never know. I mean, maybe TEAD is setting up somehow. Take a look at it. I typically don't trade stocks under $1. Actually, it's an earnings play tomorrow. I mean, some of you might be looking at this and going, wow, okay, the next high looking left is 134. I don't typically trade these really cheap stocks, but some of you don't care. or that fits your trading style. So here, some of you love to trade stocks like the super penny stocks, stocks under a dollar, and that's fine. We have, you can scan for those. You just have to change your price ranges, or you can take any of my scans and just change the price range. But anyway, this is maybe kind of interesting. It's had a pretty good third week. It started at 59 cents. It says a dollar now. So, a couple other things. You can create what we call a symbol list, a watch list of the stocks you want to follow. So you may have a basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day, and you can create what we call a symbol list or a top list window, or excuse me, a watch list, and just follow those stocks. You attach it to the top list window, and then then you launch your race, and it'll only look at those stocks. Okay. Or maybe you have different stocks every day. You do some evening work. You look at the market once the market, the 4 o'clock closure, and you say, you know what, I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. And so you create a symbol list based on those stocks, attach it to the top list window, launch the race, and then only look at those stocks. All sorts of different ways you can use it. So this race here, now normally when I click on it, something's wrong though. You see negative numbers here. Well, I'm gonna keep going on here. I'm gonna have to fix this. We shouldn't be seeing negative numbers here. You should be positive. But if I open this top list window, now normally this top list window does not have that many stocks in it, but it's relatively full. It's not maybe quite as full as this one. A lot of times though, when we click on this, we only get maybe 4 or 5 stocks, sometimes 10. And this is not a static list. In other words, this list will change all day long. Um, if I look at this long enough, we might see some additional stocks coming in or some stocks dropping out. So why is this list normally not this big? If I right click on this one, click on the configure and the summary. So I've got a different price range and all that, but the main reason is this: the position in the day's range. I want at 95. What does that mean? That 95 in the min box. So if I had 100 there, that would mean the stock has to be basically at the high of the day. So putting 95 there means the stock has to be very close to the high of the day. Also, my float has to be at least 50 million, and my market cap has to be at least $500 million. Those filters are not here, so that's why there's usually always way more stocks in this list than there is in this list. Okay, and it's the same thing though. You can sort on the change from the close, silver stock, IAG. Gold, but I'm sure it does. I'm sure it has something to do with silver. Well, maybe it doesn't. AG is silver, but anyway. So again, you can take these races and you can customize them for how you want to see, or like the type of thing you want to see. It doesn't have to be what I want to see. I'm just going to try. I want to do something here though. All right, guys. Well, it is 11:09. I want to see. I want to wait for this race to start. Oh, no, it's starting it. It's 11:09, guys. So just want to confirm that Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start his YouTube stream. It is Wednesday, and then normally that's what he does between 12 and 1. Starts his YouTube stream. Okay. I just want to confirm he is going to be doing it. Yeah, Ted Turner. Yeah, 87 years old. Well, he was a pioneer, no question about it. The first superstation TBS, and of course, he started the whole cable news. I remember when that started, and people thought it was crazy. People want to watch news all day long, and a sailor. Remember, he used to. You never. I don't ever hear about the. Can't even remember what they were called. What were those races called? For this. I'm sure it's not called a sailboat, but what were those races called? They used to be super popular. I haven't heard of one for years. Was it the USA Cup? Is that what it's called? Really? I thought it was because it was worldwide, and not just in the United States. But anyway, that I can recall they used to be super popular, but I haven't heard about those for years now. You should have hired you as head IT that day. You wouldn't be in this room today. I can't pay you very much, but I can give you some stock options. And of course, married to Jane Fonda for quite a while. Yeah, America's Cup. Thank you. That's what it was called, America's Cup. Thank you. All right, guys. So I'm just I want to get a confirmation. It'll be Dan. Yes. Okay. So Dan Merkin, yes, he will. Okay. So in about 45 minutes from now, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start his own YouTube stream. Does not take over my stream, and we're just going to wait for the link. The when Pepe gives me the link, he jumped the gun last week. I guess he had a link and then it didn't work. Anyway, when we get that link, I'll post it in both rooms. Because again, if you're sitting in YouTube, you have to go to another YouTube stream. So it's your opportunity to ask the CEO questions. He does this. Typically, he does it Wednesdays between 12 and 1. I guarantee he's going to answer all your questions, but you can ask him questions, and you know the questions you should be asking. But it used to be, well, going back a few years, it used to be a major event. I used to see it on the TV all the time. It was exciting. America's Cup, yeah. and it's in Italy this year. Okay, okay, guys. Well, that's decent trivia. I wish that weren't there. Look at the CLNN guys. The high yesterday at 741. I mean, it's it's got a little bit of room. I wish that next high was 866. That would be awesome. I'd probably be in this one. Well, the spread is not great, 709, 718, but I would try to get a mid fill at after brokers. Um, but I just wish that high weren't there. Not an earnings play. I'm trying to, and that doesn't have a ton of volume either. I mean, the relative volume is great, 3.3 times normal, but 26 to 226,000, not a lot of volume. Okay, so that was the fix. For some reason, I had it on the wrong order. Okay. Anyway, here's LAR. That's why you should only see positive percentages here, not negative. Just save my work. Made a little change. All right, guys, look at BTQ. I mean, look at the volume that's just coming into BTQ. Now, does it have room? The next high looking left, it's got some room on the weekly chart. The next high up here is, I mean, 350, got some room. I mean, obviously, if we took it at 324 and it got up to 350, that'd be great. I just wish there was a little bit more room for it to run before it hit that 350 mark, if it ever got there. But look at the volume that came in. Look at that volume that came into BTQ for some reason. They had some news this morning. Partners with IM Bank, finger on KRW stablecoin security pilot. Okay, well that's your news this morning for BTQ, Canadian company out of my current home of Vancouver. Shortable for me too, just in case, runs out of steam here. Just give me a moment, please. All right, here's another one, guys. I haven't seen this. Now, the other way to use this race here, if you see something, if you use races enough and use the same type of race enough, you start to recognize that, oh, I haven't seen that stock in this list today. For instance, BGDE, I haven't seen this, not just because it hasn't won a race, but I haven't seen that BGDE. So click on it, see what's happening. Maybe, wow, Okay, I don't know if this was actually an IPO yesterday. Let me see if I can see this. Was this an IPO yesterday or a symbol name change? Yeah, so this is a symbol name change. Oh, so okay, so this used to be, I remember Migi, M-I-G-I. So for whatever reason, they decided to change their symbol to BGDI, okay, a DE, excuse me, from Migi, M-I-G-I. That's how I use our news, okay? Usually you can find like, because if I look at my headline news here, okay, this is the intraday for interactive brokers. Don't, unless I really expand it, but this is how I use our news to see what happened days before. So there you go. That is the reason. So let's see what it does here, guys. Let's see if it holds the VWAP. Okay, there's the VWAP is around 576. Okay, so let's see, it's coming into the VWAP, and let's see if it can hold it and bounce off it. The high of yesterday, or well, actually today, it's starting to trade as BGDE today was 641. So let's see if it holds this. The volume is not great. Okay, I mean the relative volume is fine, 4.8, but the actual volume is not great, 269,000. So, but anyway, all I was really trying to point out is if you follow these races enough, you start to see symbols that you haven't seen before when you're watching the race and following it. When I say haven't seen before, in the day of the race, because I'm not saying these are brand new symbols. I mean that happened to be one, but so here, the Fly W. Fly W has been a pretty active stock. Earnings yesterday after hours. So this is an earnings release today. This is the reaction, Fly W. And wow, I mean, on the monthly chart anyway, it's got a ton of room, obviously. That is back in, so that's over a year ago, that's February of last year, hit a high of $21 or so. I think it's going to get there, but you'd have to scroll back on the weekly chart. Let me do that though. Just want to scroll back a little bit. So there is about $1. Okay, there's about $1 to the next high on the weekly chart. So there is still a little bit of room for Fly W. Let's see if it takes out 17. This is an earnings play today. Price over just over 17 to see if it can take that out later. No, here's another one, guys. One of the nukes. I haven't seen the nukes have been just moribund. That word. Okay, for months now. How is SMR? Not SMR. So that's why Zim. Okay, that's why Zim popped after or towards the end of the day or after hours. I think yesterday because it had a big. I was watching it and it had a big bar. Was it during market hours before 4 o'clock? Okay. So here's NLR, guys. Little bit of volume. It just doesn't trade that much. So this is the ETF, an ETF for uranium and the nukes. So you can see that it's having a pretty good day. It's up what 3.2%. So if you look at NNE, what is it up? So NNE is up a lot more, 18%. Okay, let's take a look at SMR. These are finally SMR is up. So NNE, it looks like it's leading the charge. Let's take a look at one more. OKLO. Yeah, so NNE definitely is the powerhouse in that sector today. See if there's any specific news on it today. Okay, so that's the news on it today. Okay, so that's why it is. Now I know you love Supermicro, William. So NNE signs a MOU with Supermicro for AI data centers with nuclear energy. So this had news on its own. Okay, so that's why this is up so much more than the other news, and actually had news on its own. But look, we're from, the high of this one at a few months ago was around $61, got all the way down to $18. And that's what, the rest of them are going to kind of look like also. How is this? The cheap one was the LITDR. Oh no. I thought I hung myself up. Okay, Fly W now. Fly W is at right above 17. Um, all right, guys, let's see if this one works. I'm in the Fly W now, and I want to see it hold 17. Earnings play. Okay, guys, I'm going to try to give this a little bit of room here. I talked about the Fly W. Okay, well, I have this in thumbnail, so I'm going to be able to look at it. My other monitor, I have a thumbnail on my other monitor. I want to take a look at the BTQ now. The BTQ, which was, we were talking about that one just a little while ago, the BTQ. Is it drying up? Yeah, sort of. I mean, I mean, you think the price are around 15.26. I want to see if it gets down there at least. I keep thinking that I mean, it's still kind of consolidating though. Volume is, dwindling a little bit, but boy, it is so strong. It's one of the hardest things to do is to pick tops and bottoms. You want to short a top or um, pick a bottom bounce. One of the hardest things to do. Okay, so this is also an earnings play, guys. Geo, the prison stock, is an earnings play, and the next high, can't see it on the weekly chart. The next high in the monthly chart, next high in the monthly chart is yeah, really. So it's got on the monthly chart anyway. The Fly W on. Okay, wow, it's got a lot of room. The other one is the one I'm in, of course. I'm talking about the Geo. I got to bring Geo up again. So Geo, the next high is 22.56. So not a ton of room, and we're looking at a monthly chart too. So we don't know. There could be some days or weeks in here that are lower, of course. So I'm not in love with Geo. It is an earnings play though. What did it get up to today? Well, actually, wow, and it got up to $25. So I mean, traders could be looking at that also. That was the pre-market though. That was at 6 o'clock Eastern time. And here's the other prison stock guys. So both of them have earnings today. CXW, I call them prison stocks because they own a lot of real estate, prison real estate. I don't know if they actually manage prisons, but yeah, it looks like the management of prisons and other correctional facilities. So both GEO and CXW are moving higher. Now this one has maybe. I wonder if this has a little more room. Again, 22.49. That's on a monthly chart. Yeah, no, I just looked. It's not just having the real estate; they actually run the prisons too. Yes. Still pretty strong, guys. It's OSS. I mean, yeah, it's run out of a little bit of steam here, but I mean, it's still pretty strong. Okay. I mean, okay, you know what we do? We take a look at a 1 minute chart just out of curiosity. I want to see if it's turned orange at all. Yes, so it's a little bit of orange now. Okay, so on a 1 minute chart, yes, the trend is starting to turn. Let's see on a 2 minute chart. Yeah, so maybe, yeah, maybe 5 minute has not turned yet. Hmm. Yeah, I think it has to, I'm going to I haven't done something like this before, using the wave like this, but put a price alert at the bottom of the wave and see if it takes that out. I mean, it's still strong though. If I go back to that 1 minute chart, I wonder if it's still orange. You see, look at that. See, it is now, it's still strong stock, very tough. Now here's the PMAX guys. Now the 317 for me was the bit of the block because when you look left, there's that 317 right there. So yes, while it did take out, and look what it got up to 313, and it's pulled back a bit. Well, last time you mentioned that I remember the KVYO, you say you basically broke even. But what are you saying? Are you saying that if you had held, I mean, I think I see what you're talking about. Had you held it a little bit longer, because it did get back up to 17. Okay, guys, I'm just okay. IMSR. Well, I'm going to tell you what, Bishop. William has been around long enough in this room, and so when he talks about a beat raise, you know, he's over the course of time, it usually does do what he says. Okay, in this case, okay, in this case, I mean, it did have a bounce, but I mean, it was a lot later than he thought. Okay, William doesn't need any defending, but just so you know. Well, Fly W, I thought it was on its way, but maybe not. Had a little bit of profit in it, but I was looking for more. So here's another one, guys. IMSR. What does this one look like when you look left on a daily chart? 823. All right. Now, if this can somehow take out 823, you can see the next high is 894. So, and what did it get to today? It got up to 819. So, I'm going to put a price alert right around that 823 mark and see if it can take that out later. And because if it does, then it's got some room. You know, when you look at a daily chart, it has some room. I bet that you'll understand what I mean. My body battery just got a little boost. You'll know what I mean. Well, I mean, look, if a person wanted to take their short, you know, just as a, you know, well, there's the high that I talk about the OSS. So there's the high around 16. You'd almost have to put your, you know, your stop up in that area to give it enough time or enough leeway. But I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the bottom of that wave now. The wave, of course, is extending up a little bit. It just looks like at some point it's going to have to run out of steam, doesn't it? All right, IMSR. So I put a price alert, IMSR. So it is now above that high right there. So now it has a shot. Now 1143. I am, you know, I don't. I can hang on to the Fly W. I don't want to take another one though. I'm going to hang on to the Fly W. I'm going to take a break soon. Just wish it would get going a little bit. Yeah, I might have to turf it. You know, the Fly W. I might have to turf it. Just don't like the way it's trading right now. I thought when it got up to the 1710 mark, I thought maybe I'd have a shot to keep going, but it just doesn't look dynamic enough. I'm going to give it a little bit longer. I'm just slightly under where I bought it, so I'm out of it now, guys. Out. Well, I mean the IMSR, but I just feel like I'm chasing it, of course, so I don't want to do that. Love to see it maybe hang around the area of 823 a little bit, and then maybe make a move. there any target raised to 18 from 14 at UBS? I guess that's what's spurring it on today. Wow, NNE kept going, guys. NNE kept going. Super nuke today. I haven't seen BNAI for a while. This is super active stock. Got up to $57 3 weeks, a month ago maybe, and all the way back down to 20. Now having a bit of a bounce today. BNAI, low float. Not a lot of volume though. The relative volume is just basically trading normally. 0.99. Look at that OSS, guys. This is just so strong. It just does not want to. I'm not cheering it to come down or anything like that, but I mean, thinking that a lot of shit, a lot of shares available, interactive brokers. It's an all-time high. It's an earnings play, all-time high. Maybe what we should be doing is not thinking about taking it on a 16 break. I wouldn't call this chasing right now. It's been basing for quite a while. I'm not going to do it just because I'm going to be taking my break. Guys, it's over 16 now. I mean, 1603, 1606 on the bid ask, all-time high. It's OSS, all-time high, and it's kind of coming out of consolidation. So, oh man, I wish you just can't do it. It's really moving now, guys. I mean, out of I call that a mini consolidation move. Um, Break over 16. And I could have taken it, I suppose, as a quick scalp, but but this has got, well, it's got lots of room because there's no resistance, an all-time high. Okay, so sometime Dan starts, or at least gets the link up. What I'm going to do, the link for his YouTube stream, up, around now. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put my announcement up, okay, and showing that I'm going to take a break over 1 o'clock. Not on until he starts. Okay, so I'm just waiting for the link. His link, like I usually finds it, and I'll put it in both rooms. If you're sitting in YouTube, you have to go to a. He doesn't take over my YouTube stream. Okay, he starts his own. Look at that OSS, guys. I mean, that 16 break gold. And again, I don't feel like it's a chase. I didn't take it because I'm going on my break, but I didn't feel like this was a chase just because what it was doing. Anyone else use Trader Workstation? Are you talking about interactive brokers, Alan? I mean, I use interactive brokers. Now, yeah, there is sound, so Alan, you may have to do a refresh. But if you're talking about PWS, I mean, I use interactive brokers, so yes. But I'm taking a break pretty soon, so hopefully you can get your audio fixed because it must be on your end. Ah, well, I only had the one. I had one disconnect, so thank you. You're right that day. I had one disconnect. You just had one, really. So, I wonder if my provider, my internet provider, having those little nano interruptions or something. Normally, what happens though, I get a media server disconnect message, and I only had the one. Well, I'm going to take a break pretty soon. So if Alan comes back and I'm gone, maybe somebody can tell him, yeah, I mean, create a workstation. I'm assuming you're talking about interactive brokers. And yes, I use interactive brokers, so no issues whatsoever. And Pepe, what happens when so you lose the screen sharing and of course my audio? Of course, then you have to do a refresh. Okay, but we're good now, right? We're all good now? At least if you do a refresh. Okay. Well, when I come back from my break, I wonder what this OSS is going to be. I mean, I'm still looking at potential short down the road, but I mean, super strong. It'd be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. Well, it didn't pull back at all. IMSR, I mean, it took out that high right there. That's what my price alert was all about. I was hoping maybe it would pull back, but it just kept going. So now, if you took it, the next high is around not quite 9, call it 892. What stock? It's CRE. CRE is halted 1153. Dan is in today. Yes. He hasn't started. We don't have a link yet. but he is. I was told that he's going to do a YouTube. He's going to do his YouTube thing today. Yes. Ah, the CFO is stepping down. Well, that would have. You never would have done what you did then, William. Now, is it a forced? Yeah, I don't see that headline. I do see some cuts down to 26 from 30 by Wells Fargo. I do not see that particular piece of news that you had, but yeah, that'll do it. So, Alan, I don't know. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Alan? Okay. So, what is your question? I mean, you said, does anybody use TWS? I mean, if you're talking about interactive brokers, I do. Okay. Yes. DXY. I mean, it's been a little choppy over the last couple of days, but DXYZ is one I have a. Okay, so there is the link. Okay, so Dan has not started. He's not talking yet, anyway. But so there's the link to go to YouTube. So people in YouTube right now, please listen carefully. The above link. Okay, hopefully I. Okay, he started now. TRX. I'll take a look quickly. I'm on a break though. Okay. Well, it's breaking down. That's all. That's a, So I don't know if you're looking at a short. It's underneath the VWAP. A basing trade. Well, trading layout. I mean, everybody has different ideas. I mean, I'm sharing my not my layout, but I'm sharing different scans. Alan, are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about TWS. You're not talking about. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know how people are going to do that, Alan. I mean, that really. I mean, I can't. Obviously, I'm not going to display my. I don't have a layout. I don't know if you can actually share layouts like that, like put a link in. And so I'm sorry, I cannot help. You can't. I can't help you. I don't. Yeah, like I'm not going to. Well, there is tech supported IB for sure. You might take a bit to get through it, but there is tech supported IB. Okay, guys, I am on a break now, so we'll see you in about 1 hour. Okay, I'm going to mute myself right now. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know if Dan is finished yet, but I am back. So yeah, Alan, I don't know if you're still in the room, but I'm still a little confused. I cannot see how even if I maybe Pepe could even tell me, I can't see how I can like share my layout in Interactive Brokers without exposing my account to you. So I've never tried. Guys, we're in this sort of no man's land right here for the OSS. Okay, either up or down. I mean, I'm looking at this 1536 level as a potential short entry, but it's still, yeah. I mean, it's still. You never know though. If you get some buying volume coming in, it could just take it and it could take it break it right through the highs of the day. Now, I remember, I thought it was Ori who used to do this with the sweeps, J&J, 66994. I don't know. I know you're probably not Ori because Ori, when he comes in here, his ORY. But I think he used to do the same sort of thing you're doing, talking about the sweeps. I'm not sure how to read it, but but on the other hand, but some I guess it's all to do with options, etc. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ori, how come you're coming in as six whatever you are 66994? You can do what you want, of course, but I remember you used to post that stuff all the time. All right, guys. Well, we may be getting set for another run for OSS. Okay, so I'd love to see a little more volume come in, but we might be getting set for another run for OSS. And it's done. I'm assuming. Oh, I do. Okay. In support. What strat? There are no strategies. These are just okay. When you say strategy, these are scans. Okay. There's not like a strategy, like a back. I mean, it's semantics. Okay. But like what alert? I mean, I've got a lot of things going on, Camilla. Okay. I mean, or Camille, sorry. You can, I mean, I've got these two races going, which generate ideas for me. I've got this one, which generates ideas for me. So it's not just one. And I don't like to call them strategies because in theory, strategies are something that's maybe been back tested, but again, it might be just semantics. But I'm sharing everything. You can take a look at a different like different scans that I've created and the races. I think what you should be doing, in my opinion, is practicing in our simulator, okay, and taking some trades in the simulator of things that are maybe starting to make sense to you. Okay, in terms of reading a chart, my idea of reading a or my interpretation of a chart can be very different from yours or anybody else's. Okay, I look at, I'm just looking left to see where a stock can keep going if it doesn't before it hits the next high on a daily or a weekly or a monthly. If I can't see it on the daily, I look at the weekly, I look at the monthly. But I really think you have to maybe just practice taking some trades in the simulator. What is America 250? What does that mean, PJ? Okay, guys. So look at OSS as an example. Okay, I'm waiting on this one to see whether or not. I mean, it really wants to move. I mean, if volume comes in and it takes out 16, that could be an interesting late day trade. Or if it breaks down through 1533, that could be a short. Now, that's what I'm saying. Okay, it's not. I wouldn't call that a strategy so much as I'm just looking at different areas on this on OSS by just looking at the chart. I really think though you should. Well, you can. Okay, for instance, this scan right here. Again, these are ideas, right? I mean, there are a lot of them. I mean, this is an overactive scan today. You can have it. Okay. Um, it's not the all my alerts are basically new intraday highs or new intraday lows. That's what my alerts are. These are not. Okay, these are not. They could be anywhere, but they're not. But it's a different concept. This is a race. But again, you can take a look at my homepage. In a moment, put the link in. So when you go to my homepage, okay, again, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them, and if you want to, in terms of you should understand how to load one of these. Okay, so if you wanted to have this one, the up down 25 cents on big volume, as an example, you know how to get it onto your screen. If you don't, just let me know, and I'll show you how. And others could be wanting to know the same thing, not just this particular scan, but just in general. When you see these links here, do you understand how to get them onto your screen? I'm sorry. When you said yes, does that mean you know how? Or yes, you want me to show you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you questions. So can you just be more, Ahmed, can you be more definitive on the yes. That's my fault. So I'm still waiting. You know how, okay. Well, if you know how, then, and you want to see what, if you want to see what it's looking, exactly what it's looking for, you right click and click on configure. And in this particular case, this is what it's looking for. Okay, stocks between 2 and 50. This is the only time I use the daily volume. Okay, the 500,000 shares a day on average over 10 days. Current volume is 4. I mean, you can see what I'm looking for here. And if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's in this one. Okay, so any one of mine, you can just right click and like right click on the configure, and you'll see what I'm looking for. But I really recommend that you try. Again, I think you're a new trader. Try the simulator. Take some trades in the simulator. And I knew, PJ. Of course, I knew what you were talking about. Your leg. Hey guys, OSS making that little move now. Not little move. I mean, it's a nice move off that 1550. Yeah, we're just toddlers compared to most of the countries in Europe. All right, guys, there's the OSS now. And a little bit of volume coming in, a little bit of volume. There's the high today is around 1620, 1630 or so. I looked at WKHS a while back, Obi, and the spread was really bad. Maybe it's not as bad. I have no target. Well, there's no target because there is no. It's an all-time high, so there's nothing to stop it in theory, Dragon. Okay, when I talk, I don't put targets on. All I do is I look left and I say, okay, where could it stop? I don't. If we're talking, maybe that's semantics. I mean, I don't call that necessarily a target, but I look left to see where's the next high. But in this case, there's no. Well, okay. I mean, there's a high today, but there's no high looking left. Come on, hold over 16 a little bit longer. Talking to the OSS. All right, Todd, I want to take a look at ERNA, okay, just to see what it would have looked like on the wave. Now, granted, well, I mean, it depends what you're, where did you get into ERNA on that break right here? You know, around what, 577 or so? Is that a curiosity? Oh, way back then at 495. Okay, 495 is here. Right there, okay. All right. So, well, there's a couple things. I mean, you could have rode the wave. You know, it got through the 200-day move. It got through the VWAP. It stalled a little bit. I probably would have taken some off there, and then riding up here. Now, here's where I mean, you have to take, if not all, most of it, because it pierced down the bottom of the wave. However, give you an opportunity to get back into the trade right here, right there. And now you're riding it, riding it, riding it, riding it. Only here, in my opinion, where that bar sort of got into the wave, is where I would have taken them off. That's how I looked at it. I would have looked at it. But understand, these low floaters is a little more difficult, because they can be really jumpy. It's a lot easier to ride the wave when it's a larger cap stock that is not so volatile, in my opinion. Always in my opinion. But it would have been impossible, well, not impossible, but to keep in at 495 all the way and watch that happen. Okay, I mean, there's no way in the world you wouldn't have taken some off here. But you could have held some, I suppose. But even then, I'm not sure I would have bailed and then back here, because if it's obvious. I mean, I know you like to follow certain stocks. You'll follow a stock all day long, probably. So I mean, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful entry right here. The way it was hugging the VWAP right here, and then the pop. So you take the stock at say 575. The VWAP say 560. So you put a little stop underneath that. Tough all day though. I mean, well, okay, on a 5-minute chart, it is very tough. Maybe a 15, but even then, when you talk about one of these low float stocks, I mean, it's trading 2,500 times normal up for this time of day. Pretty hard, in my opinion. Of course, it all depends on how many shares you're taking in terms of what is your risk, how much you're willing to risk if it doesn't work. And what time frame are you talking about? What time are you taking? Sorry, what time frame are you using? So you are using a 5. Okay. The other thing I would do is like right here. Okay. I mean, it hasn't turned orange, yes, but remember the way I look at it anyway. The minute a bar comes into the wave, especially if it broke down below, even if it's what I do is I'll go down to a smaller time frame just to see if the trend has changed. Hasn't changed, but now even go down to a 1 minute, and you might see a little orange, a little bit of orange right there. You see, and that's when I say, okay, sort of confirmation. Maybe I should take a little bit off. You could have all the time frames up and running if you want, but Well, how you use it is going to be up to you, okay, Ali? I mean, if you want to see stocks near the high of the day, so the position in range, that's the day. So it's the daily candle. So, for instance, if I look at VVV, okay, you can see on the daily is right at the high of the day. Okay, That- that's the daily candle right there. It's right at the high of the day. That little sideways jut. I knew it was going to be near the high of the day because my filter here. Now, how you use it is going to be up to you. Okay, but if you want to see stocks, so when I look at this, okay, here is the position in the range. So if I put 100 there, that would mean the stock would be basically at the high of the day. So at 95, it's very close. But if you wanted to see stocks, between that have pulled back to a certain level, that's how you can use the position in days range. Let me show you one as an example. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I'm number challenged right now. Okay, this is what I was trying to say. So if you wanted to, for instance, see stocks between that pull back, no more than 40, like in the range, 40% and 65%. Okay, so it'll be in between the 40 and 65, if that makes sense. So if you didn't want to see stocks near the high of the day, but you wanted to see stocks, if you take a look at the daily candle, I'm probably going to have to. So I want to get rid of that because I don't want that. Of course, I want 95. But if you wanted to see stocks that had pulled back no more than say, to the 40% level, and in between the 40 and 65, in other words, okay, you could do things like that. So they have pulled back, but not all the way down to the bottom. So when you say how to use it, I mean that's how you can use it. I don't use it like that because I'm not as interested in pullbacks like that. But there are people that are going to do that. That makes sense. And it's just kind of not a trick, but just to understand. See, I did it wrong again. See, if you want the between, so you can put your numbers here. If so, that will be between 45 and 95 in that particular camp. I mean, that's a pretty wide range, of course. I wanted to tighten it up, almost near like mid, almost like a 50% pullback. Prices between 45 and 55%. Okay, it's just not the tricky thing, but in the max you want the high number, and the min you want the low number. Okay, if that's what you're looking for. I'm looking for stocks near the high of the day, so that's why I put 95 here, and I don't put anything in the max. And that's how you can use all of the position and ranges. Okay, it's all the same idea. The other way you can use, I mean, a very interesting thing that people will do is the position in yesterday's range. Okay, the position in yesterday's range. Let's take a look at that. We have a lot of great position and range filters. I'm gonna type in position. I'm gonna start typing in. Okay, so look at all these different. So it's position in the 5 minute, 15 position, possession, position in previous day's range. So let's just say you wanted to see stocks that are above the high of yesterday. Okay, that's what you want to see. So you would put, I mean, if you put 100, it's going to be at least at yesterday's high right here. Okay, position in the previous day's range. If you put 100, it'll be at least right at yesterday's high. Could be more, but it has to be at least at yesterday's high. And I've used that on quite a few times actually. I want to see stocks that are above the high of yesterday. That's how you can use that. All right, guys. Anybody attend Dan's YouTube stream? And if you did, any nuggets? When are we going to get to buy? When are we going to have the alerts for the buy and sell flags of our own scans? Sarepta has been froggy today. There's a very technical term. Yeah, very. That's well, even here, little break out of consolidation, big pop, minor pullback, and then a nice. Now, what's happening here? This is where if I were in this one down here, I'd be taking some off right now. The reason being is that the bottom of that bar has lost a touch of the top of the wave, and that's where I start to think things are getting a little parabolic. That traders will start perhaps to take some off. Now, is that different, Pepe, than from anything else he has said? Okay, it sounds like it, but I wasn't sure if you were kind of trolling a bit. But okay. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. He's gonna prioritize it. How about the other one? People wanted, when is a signal added to the long-term AI? Can you get an alert on that? Anybody bring that one up? Now this triggered. I didn't put this price alert today. This GGXX. This was one from yesterday. I think. Remember, I know I have a time. I should probably get the time column in here. I don't we have that? We have a lot of filters in this price alert I have never used before. I don't even know what some of these mean. I have no idea what side means. You know, before we had a simulator, that's how people could practice trading. In our price alerts window, they would see, they take a trade and then they see what the current price was. They could see how much it was up or down percentage wise or dollar wise, and there'd be a running total up here. I mean, that'd be a very simple way for you to practice trading. Also, only problem is you can't put a stop in, can you? Oh, I see. The side is long or short. Okay. Anyway, so why did I? Okay, so six DGXX. So the next high looking left on a monthly chart is 680. On the weekly chart is 680. So there is some room here, guys. DGXX has some room, but I feel like certainly in chase mode right now. We'll just see it pull back maybe a little bit to six, hold, and then move again. You may not do it though. Volume is pretty good. It's been pretty steady, a little low here, but pretty good. Look at the volume overall, 21 million, 8.7 times normal. Well, I'm glad you held to seven, Todd. I hope you didn't get too bored. Oh boy, I'm looking at this PTIR now, guys. Okay, so it is really challenging the VWAP. I'm going to see if we can take out the VWAP. I'm going to so Palantir right now. The stock is down 1.5% approximately. Down 3% because it's the true time. Let's take out 1322. So let's see if we can get above that VWAP, or is it going to act as resistance? All right, guys. Well, while I'm waiting on that, let's one last look at my homepage today. I thought you said you were going to wait to see if it broke through seven. But okay. Well, you made money anyway. Oh, it wasn't you, or maybe it was somebody else. Okay. Okay, guys, clicking on my homepage link, as always, at the top, here's how you can take a subscription to Trade Ideas. Helps to keep these rooms free if you use my code, okay? Now, the code changes from time to time. Right now, it's a 25% off code. You can get 25% off the first month only for the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter whether you're choosing our standard or our premium service, okay? All I ask again, if you're going to take out a subscription in the future, use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room right here. So if you're looking at, you're in YouTube right now, wondering about what I'm talking about, this trading room right here is also free. Got some really good perks in it. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for some interaction with other traders during the pre-market, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing it every day. I don't. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so too early for me. I get on the mic between 9 and 9:15 for both rooms. And I go to about 2 o'clock. I'll always stay later for questions, though. and I'll go to at least 2 o'clock. After I leave, Obi has been keeping the room open a little bit later. After I leave, it's up to Obi. I don't know what your plans are today. If you're looking to keep the room open after 2, if not, just let me know so I can shut down the room, okay? And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section is here. Click on that. Well, if you're on my homepage, scroll down. More info. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have a subscription and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video. Go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try for at least a month. Okay? You can always, monthly subscriptions, you can unsubscribe at any time. So you can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. We'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for information that I'm currently sharing, here's the large cap gainers is over here. Big gainers is here. Just a volatile range. Upside versus downside movers is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actions up and down. Pulse resumes down here. And then there are 4 other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. Momentum scan, gap scanner, a combo scan. I do have this one up and running. Way too many alerts. I haven't had a chance to really look at it today. It's typical during earnings season. When we get into earnings season, you get a lot of stocks that are really moving, either up or down. What do these guys do? This is a bio, a lot of volume. Pretty higher after the company announced. Okay, I sort of remember reading, maybe I did, maybe it was another one with new preclinical data demonstration. Okay, so anyway, that's the reaction to the news. Low float. With a volume, 49 million, 2,600 times normal. Float turnover is 44. Boy, this is an old, well, not so, maybe not old school, but I mean, Ingram, when they started. 1979, I remember this company sort of at the beginning of, the home computers and all, the Apple IIe. So here's INGM. Earnings play yesterday, no, 3 days ago. Did not do well. Pretty interesting looking bar here. It gets up to 27.14. Comes right back down into the VWAP. Well, this could be interesting. Okay, SGFS, it's right at the VWAP, guys. It's just over the whole number. What sort of room? I mean, it got up to, let's just take today's high at 686. So it got up to that high today. So it is demonstrated it can get that high. If I look at a weekly chart, that's okay. It looks like the issue I'll have to look at that. The spread is not good for a $6 stock, 601, 609. I'm sure it's a low float. Yeah, it's a low float, 1 million in the float, China stock. And then it just took out 6. So, yeah, there are even some shares available, 1,600 shares, Interactive Brokers to short. I don't mind this one, but I wish I had more room. ZVRA, I look left and 1138, so it's less than 20 cents away from that high. Can't do it. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Guys, I'm back. Well, that did not pull back enough for me. Look at that earner now. ERNA. The next high on a weekly chart is way, I think, maybe not. 865. Looks like that looks like the next 795. Yeah, 795 on the weekly chart is the next high. Then there's a high at 865. Of course, a lot of traders are just looking at this. It's $31 high. Oh man, look at this GDC now. Just absolutely cratering again. It just resumed. Unbelievable. There are shares available for me to short, 79,000. I didn't even look. Another question. So when the stock gets to the 100% and starts to run, the position and range changes with the VWAP. I'm not sure I know what you mean. So beyond meat, I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, the position rate position in days range cannot be any more than 100, of course. I'm not sure I know what you mean exactly. But speaking of beyond meat, yeah, why is this one moving? Has earnings, huh? Has earnings after hours today. Oh, I did just answer it? Oh, okay. Boy, oh boy, this is just, what a rocket ship from that, break on the, that kind of pullback into the well, not really a pullback, just sort of sitting on the VWAP right here, acting as a great support area, and then boom. And what did I say? I think I said 8 something, right, on the weekly chart, or 795. 795 is the next high, and then there's, 865. Well, gotta watch it tomorrow, guys. I mean, just in case it does something really crazy, I'm gonna put a price alert around 10, and in which case that would take out everything that's there, and then traders can start peering at this, weekly high back here of 30, 32. I am gonna keep looking at this, PTIR tomorrow, see if Palantir has any sort of a bounce in it. I want to take a look at the stock. So again, terrible day yesterday. Continuation down, not as terrible, but it is down. The next low looking left for Palantir is around 129. What did it get to? Got down to I call it 131. So 129. So there's about $2 to that next low. Ooh, the OSS guys now is starting to look interesting on in the flip now of the short. Well, there's lots of different people trading different things, WSL. So I'm in no trade right now, personally. Are you just talking in general? What are you guys trading in general or specifically today? I'm in nothing right now, but there's a lot of people in this trading room. They're in different stocks. So, are you just talking in general, like large cap, small cap? We only look at the U.S. stock exchange. Is that, can you hear me, WSL? All right, guys. Well, this might be, well, I don't know if it's it, but I mean, it is now getting weaker. OSS getting weaker. It tried that little jump up here and not sustain 60. It looks like it's trying to get a little bit weaker. Hey guys, I'm going to will this one down. May not happen. May not happen, but I have my out. Guys, we're getting close. It's 1:50. I don't know if WSL heard me, but we're getting close to when I start taking off. Thinking about taking off anyway. I have 6 minutes to 2 o'clock. That's typically when I start thinking about taking off, unless there are questions. Okay, guys, didn't work. That didn't work for me. The OSS. I may look at it one last time if it takes this out, but that show did not work for me. Take myself out the minute it got to the 50s. Now there are no shirts available for Erna and me. There were some a little while ago, but not now. So that's the big plunge now for Erna, 771 down to 651. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm now back for a bit. I don't see any more questions. WSL, I don't know where he went, but I don't see any more questions, guys. So I'm probably going to take off right around 2. Obi, what are your plans, if any? You going to keep the room open after I leave, or shall I just shut down now? Now, what did this didn't really hit the, well, you that would have been a massive pullback if it got all the way back down to the VWAP. Oh, did he say that? Okay, I didn't see that. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I rarely look in that. Okay, thank you, Obi. So when I leave in about probably about 2 or 3 minutes, Obi will keep the room open till 3 o'clock, an hour later. My layout will still be up and running. Okay. I may come back a little bit later, but my layout will still be up and running when I leave. So, are there any questions right now? What I'm going to do is I'm going to put my YouTube homepage link in YouTube. So, those of you who are left in YouTube, you can come over to the main room if you want. It'll be open till 3, another hour after I leave. Okay, so this is only for people in YouTube. You click on my homepage link, scroll down, and where you see Trading Room, it's free. You can come in. The room will be open. I have to shut down YouTube completely. Hey guys, 2 o'clock. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to head out. I'm going to end the stream right now on YouTube. We'll see you guys tomorrow in well, both rooms will be on the mic at around 9, sometime between 9 and 9:15. Okay, so I'm going to end the stream on YouTube, and I'm going to put my announcement up here. Well,